Across the British Isles, there are magical places, our pride and joy, our gardens. Yet many of us are completely unaware of the wild world, right under our noses. Amazingly, some British gardens are almost as diverse as a tropical rainforest. And when our backs are turned, they come alive. From the wilds of Scotland to a metropolitan oasis. In each episode, we'll reveal the extraordinary dramas playing out within a single garden. Welcome to a hidden world right on our doorsteps. A mill house has been standing here since the Doomsday Book, 1,000 years ago. Sarah and Henry are the latest in a long line of owners.
Well, it's like living on a boat, living in this house, because first of all we are surrounded by water. Water there and the other side water, water front and back, so we are literally marooned.
The water presents some unique gardening challenges, because this river floods.
Are you worried about next week?
Well, you never know.
Well, this week's fine, but next week there's a lot of rain forecast. Weather forecast is pretty key to us. Everything changes. If the water gets really, really high, we see about 2/3 of our garden disappear underwater.
With so much of the garden lost to the river, Henry and Sarah allow large parts of it to run wild.
All of this is floodplain as far as you can see. Over here, the wood and the meadow, which we leave completely wild. But here and over there, above the floodplain, we try to manage as a garden.
The garden is a sanctuary. But every animal's chances of survival rise and fall with the ebb and flow of the river.
One of the most exciting things that happens here is that you get this flash of blue followed by a whistle, and then there goes a kingfisher.
The kingfisher is a much-loved British bird. But it first evolved in the jungles of Asia. This male needs to catch 15 fish a day. But in the early spring, the river runs high. It's thick with silt. And things are going to get a lot worse. It's just a question of when. Only 1 in 4 kingfishers lives for more than a single year. Each failed hunt wastes precious energy. His territory extends for half a mile on each side of the mill house. So he tries upstream where it's shallower. Special oils in his eyes reduce the glare from the surface. He hits the water at 25 miles an hour. Here, there should be no problem in catching enough fish for himself. But a new arrival is eyeing him up. A female. If he is to win her over, he needs to prove that he can provide enough fish for a family. Not easy while the river is high. After the long, wet winter, all the garden animals are hungry. But it's not just birds that are drawn to this feeder. A bank vole. She has spent the winter in a burrow beneath the lawn, just above the level of the floodplain. There are around 25 million bank voles in Britain, but they're so shy, Henry and Sarah rarely see them. Many that hunt them detect them by watching for their movements. When under threat, she normally stays still. But doing that might be dangerous on this lawn. Robotic lawnmowers are becoming increasingly common. Many fail to detect small mammals. To survive in the modern world, she must choose her moment with care. Bank voles aren't the only animals that wait for nightfall to look for food. Underneath the TV room, the old mill channel has become home to the garden's top predator. otter.
Severe disruption.
In the 30 years Henry and Sarah have lived here,
98 millimetres through the day, that's rather nice.
they've only seen one 3 times. She catches over 1 kilo of fish every night. But as the seasons change, so does her diet. One garden resident is much bolder. Mallards are the most common of Britain's 22 species of duck. Henry and Sarah have an affectionate name for one regular visitor. Doris. But this sweet little duck is the garden's resident heartbreaker. With their iridescent good looks, these males are all trying to catch her eye. But she wants to assess their strength. One by one, the lightweights are dismissed. The female nods her head, signalling her approval. She has picked her partner. Now she needs a place to nest. Not easy to find in this garden. As the days get longer, the otter's diet shifts to larger, plumper prey. Mallards usually nest on the ground. But here, Doris has a safer choice. This pollarded willow will do nicely. And just in time. The April showers have arrived. The river rises surprisingly fast. Almost a metre in 24 hours. Those that have nested low have already lost their eggs. When the weather clears, the waters quickly recede, making it easier for the resident kingfisher to resume hunting. He can now afford to share his catch. And one minnow at a time, he is winning her over. After mating, the pair begin digging a metre-long burrow. But it's only just above the waterline. As Sarah mows, she leaves the verge intact to prevent the river eroding the bank. But if it rains heavily, the kingfisher's family home could be washed away. For 4 long weeks, all on her own, Doris has barely left her nest. She has been quietly incubating a clutch of 9 eggs. She laid each of them on a different day. But to survive, they must hatch at the same time. Remarkably, they talk to each other from inside the egg. And so coordinate their hatching. Over just a few hours, 9 new lives begin to appear. But without a father to bring them food, the mother must lead her flightless babies down from the nest. Less than 24 hours after hatching, one small step becomes a giant leap. Their downy feathers cushion their fall. Doris hurries them all into hiding. Garden predators will be hard to avoid. High and dry on the lawn, the vole has survived a wet spring. And new opportunities are opening up, just upstream. The garden's woodland is drying out. Henry is creating a huge log pile. In doing so, he creates a new haven for wildlife. A hideout for the vole. There is more food for her here than on the lawn. And she's not alone. A male attracted by her scent. Their time together may be brief. But as long as the woods stay dry, there could be a litter of pups in just 3 weeks. After a week in hiding, Doris is ready to bring her ducklings into the open. She wants to lead them to better feeding grounds, just upstream from the mill. But to get there, they must cross the open lawn. It's a bold move. Oxfordshire has one of the highest densities of red kites in Britain. They are usually scavengers, but they will take a baby bird. Just 1 in 3 ducklings make it to adulthood. Not great odds for a mother of 9.
Heavy rain is swirling around. It is gradually going to sink further south.
The river here is not as safe as it may look. Just downstream from the ducks, hidden away in their burrow, the kingfishers also have a growing family. Only 2 days old. The parents take it in turns to provide food. Fortunately, the river is now low and crystal clear. With 6 tiny mouths to feed, the parents need to catch over 100 minnows a day. But if the water level rises, the chicks could drown. For now, at least, the weather stays dry. A sunny May bank holiday. An excellent time for a party. The lengthening days and soaring temperatures trigger another kind of gathering that starts out of sight. This tiny mayfly nymph has spent 2 years underwater. The time has come to make a break for the surface. Out in the open, she is exposed. A larval damselfly is on the hunt. Fortunately for her, there is safety in numbers. But not for everyone. At the surface, she sheds her exoskeleton and spreads a set of wings. Her destination, the lawn. Here, males are dancing, competing to catch the eye of a female. It's a glorious sign of the arrival of summer. But she is late for the party. And she needs to get past the deadly damselflies. Others try their luck. Damselflies are exceptional predators, with a 95% hunting success rate. Time to make her move. Safe, but she's not yet ready for the dance. Mayflies are the only winged insects to undergo a second adult molt. Time to join the throng. Mayflies mate on the wing, then fly together back to the river, where the female lays her eggs. After just one day as an adult, her life is over. In death, she and countless others become food for the next generation. In the woods, Henry's log pile has become a nursery for the bank vole. Smaller than a jelly baby and completely blind, her pups are defenseless. So the mother keeps watch. A grass snake, at 1.5 meters long, it's Britain's largest reptile. By resting its lower jaw on the ground, it can detect the tiniest vibrations. Its forked tongue can smell in stereo, pinpointing the scent coming from the nest. The female has no option but to move her babies, one by one. Inside the log pile, her family is safe. It hasn't rained in weeks. And the river is at its lowest. Its calm water allows brandy bottle lilies to flower. Their alcoholic scent attracts insects, food for the growing ducklings. They're now 6 weeks old. Amazingly, Doris has managed to keep all 9 alive. An alarm call. Predator nearby. Doris's instinct is to retreat to water. But she's leading her family into harm's way. The ducklings are still too young to fly. So Doris puts her own life on the line, acting as a decoy. Remarkably, it works. And the otter has to settle for something smaller. Sarah and Henry have little idea what a resourceful mother Doris is. Successfully raising all 9 ducklings. In midsummer, the young voles leave their log pile home and disperse across the garden to make the most of fruit ripened by the long sunny days. But when the light eventually fades, the garden's nocturnal world is revealed by heat-sensitive cameras. It's a world Henry and Sarah know little about. Mice and shrews hunt for bugs around and even on the house. A miniature clean-up crew, supported by an aerial team of bats. 6 of Britain's 18 species are regularly attracted to the insects in our gardens. Dorbenton's bats thrive on the abundance of river insects. A single bat can catch 3,000 a night. As often happens in British summers, this one ends abruptly. Autumn has arrived early. These are the first heavy rains. But this year is different.
There are a number of flood warnings in place. Some of the heaviest of the rain across central southern England. Oxfordshire as a whole has seen its wettest September on record.
Rain that falls over miles of countryside is channeled between riverbanks just a few meters apart. The river is now dangerously close to the kingfishers' burrow. The chicks will drown if the water floods their home. Water from upstream continues to arrive until the river bursts its banks and spreads into the woods. The bank vole's young may have already left, but now she needs to abandon her summer home. She has a mental map of her territory. But many landmarks have been lost. At least she knows her destination. The highest point in the garden, the lawn. Bank voles avoid water. Eventually, she gets back to the lawn. She can stay dry here because the rising water spills out over the floodplain and into the surrounding fields. It's a natural defense that has protected the mill house for 1,000 years and keeps the waterline just below the kingfisher's nest. The chicks are now so big, there is barely enough room to move. It's time to get out. One leaves. And Dad uses treats to tempt out the others. But one stubborn chick is refusing to budge. He takes some convincing. Dad's patience eventually pays off. Fully fledged, the young males begin to flex their territorial muscles. These shy birds are so caught up in their own world, they don't notice someone is watching.
The kingfishers are really, really special, and to see them in the most incredible tussle, which I'd never seen before, I just feel very lucky to have seen it. This place is a sort of throwback because you have wildlife congregating in a way that you just don't see in many other places. We certainly don't own the house. The kingfishers have been here much longer than us, and we just hope we don't get in their way.
At a time when many of our rivers are struggling with poor water quality, Henry and Sarah's approach to gardening, letting much of their garden run wild, means that this is one of this river's wildlife hotspots. Yet, for all its abundance, they catch only fleeting glimpses. Now, as the young seek homes of their own, the kingfisher will be seen once again as little more than a flash of blue. Of all the animals in this river garden, the most challenging to film proved to be the otter. They are extremely shy and can spend much of their time underwater. Undeterred, the team has high hopes of revealing the otters' private lives to Sarah and Henry. Fortunately, they have a head start, thanks to Henry setting up remote wildlife cameras. Valuable knowledge for wildlife cinematographer Sam Oakes.
So sweet.
Yeah, he is.
So small. But I know that they're quite elusive. How often have you seen them?
Well, we've been here for 30 years, and I've seen them twice.
Wow. Very elusive then.
Henry's cameras only offer a snapshot of the otters' lives, so Sam has brought equipment usually deployed in more exotic locations.
So we're going to need everything we can on our side, including this super long lens. Normally these would be used on African film shoots in the Serengeti, so it's quite nice to be using it in the garden in Oxfordshire.
Sam and assistant producer Matt Tomlinson are looking for signs of otters to decide on a filming location.
I think they're using this tree, and it looks like they've pooed down here. An otter poo is actually called spraint, and you can see some scales in there, so it's obviously feeding around here, hunting. That's a really good sign.
While Matt is perched safely on the riverbank, Sam wants to immerse himself in the otter's world.
Welcome to my flooded office. I'm sat on a chair in the river. It's 20 degrees outside, but really cold, sat in this water. Let's see if I can last long enough.
Luckily for Sam, Sarah is on hand with refreshments.
I don't even know where he is. Sam, would you like a cup of tea?
Yes, please.
3 days in, and still no sign of otters. But another river garden character has made an appearance.
The kingfisher has just landed in a tree in front of me. Hopefully, it comes out into the open. And now it's just flown past and landed behind my hide. Not quite going to plan.
To make matters worse, the year turns out to be the wettest on record. It's more than just an annoyance.
We have to be really careful filming because the river can rise so quickly. We can lose equipment if we don't get it out the river in time.
The rain eventually stops. But still no otters.
So the 5th day, looking for otters, and nothing so far.
To pass the time, Matt turns his attention to Doris, Henry and Sarah's resident mallard.
Just saw a ripple. It's a bit too big to be a fish.
And then
There's an otter. It's really charging them.
sadly for Sam, the action is nowhere near his sunken hide. But Matt is able to capture something rarely filmed before. In a garden, of all places.
Amazing.
Fortunately, Sam isn't going home empty-handed.
I've got a kingfisher just outside my hide. It's so fast. The speed it hits the surface at is absolutely amazing.
The team's patience on the river has paid off. And Sam is ready to reveal to Henry and Sarah the secret lives of the animals in their garden.
Oh, wow.
Look at those whiskers.
And this is brilliant. I mean, it's sort of Jaws all over again.
But with an otter this time.
That was amazing.
You just don't see these things unless you have this fabulous photography going on.
The approach you take to gardening, which in some areas of the garden is a bit more hands-off,
Yes.
is really beneficial to the wildlife in the area.
It isn't manicured, it's not got beautifully gorgeous herbaceous borders. It's a good excuse not to do masses of gardening.
Henry and Sarah have done their bit to preserve the wild nature of this garden. Now, having learned more about the lives of its animals, they have decided to redouble their efforts to protect their garden for generations to come. Next time, a city garden in the heart of Bristol, where intrepid animals find remarkable ways to live among us. Discover the wildlife on your doorstep with the Open University's Secret Garden Interactive Experience. Scan the QR code on a screen now, or head to connect.open.ac.uk/secret garden. Across the British Isles, there are magical places, our pride and joy, our gardens. Yet many of us are completely unaware of the wild world, right under our noses. Amazingly, some British gardens are almost as diverse as a tropical rainforest. And when our backs are turned, they come alive. From the wilds of Scotland to a metropolitan oasis. In each episode, we'll reveal the extraordinary dramas playing out within a single garden. Welcome to a hidden world right on our doorsteps. In a city of almost 500,000 people, hidden amongst rooftops and roads, lies a garden oasis, which artist and sculptor Lou has tended for 24 years.
I would never call myself a gardener, really, because I don't know much about plants. And I think because I am an artist, I like things to develop in their own way, and I have a kind of constant battle with slugs and snails. But we get there, and I just like it because it looks natural. And that's what I like about my garden. You know, it makes me happy. Okay, I can take these outside. It's a really small garden. And I've got a very tiny lawn, partly because I'm not really interested in lawns. Most of my interest is in the beds. One of the first things I did was build the pond, and that's one of my sculptures because I don't know why, I just probably wasn't very happy with her, and now she keeps an eye on the frogs for me.
Lou has created a haven for wildlife. But even she doesn't know the half of what goes on here.
There's lots of mysterious places where I'll occasionally see something. I know there's a fox that quite often sleeps in the garden there, but obviously when it leaves my garden, who knows where he goes.
Lou's garden has become the home of a young male fox, an urban opportunist. A century ago, virtually no foxes lived in our cities. Today, there are 2,000 of them in Bristol alone. This male is one of a whole host of animals in Lou's garden, making a life for themselves in this strange new world. Life in the city can be tough. But it does come with its advantages. This wily fox knows exactly where to find a steady source of food. Lou's garden is at the centre of the 100 or so that constitute his territory. But who owns what is a matter of opinion. If he is to survive here, he must claim food whenever it becomes available. And he's quick to notice the bird seed spilt on the patio. Like all urban foxes, he is bolder than his country cousins.
And October, to get back to normal levels, the next office.
And he even seems to know when it's bin night. But by the end of winter, he has a lot more than just dinner on his mind. The alluring sound of a vixen on heat. But where is she? The trouble is that a cry as loud as this will attract males from all across the neighbourhood. In cities, so much free food is available every night that 50 foxes can live in 1 square mile. So during the breeding season, competition for a mate is fierce. Many of us have heard this. But never seen what produces it. The unsettling racket of fox courtship. This is his territory. And maintaining his ownership gives him the best chance of fathering cubs. To one outsider, Lou's garden offers a fresh start. A blue tit, less than a year old, and very hungry. Winter has stripped his woodland home of food. So he's searching for a better life in the city. And Lou's garden could provide just that. In the winter, over 100 species of bird visit feeders. But few of us ever notice the power struggle that this creates. Charm of goldfinches, as they say. Though charming, they are not. They are larger and heavier, and they don't like sharing. Barely the weight of a pound coin, the blue tit doesn't stand a chance. And there are even bigger birds in this queue. Feral pigeons are a lot smarter than they may look. They know that goldfinches on a feeder means there will be leftovers on the patio. He is truly bottom of the pecking order. But other birds are the least of his worries. This is the neighbourhood's top predator, Mr. Fluffy. But this blue tit is close to starvation. There are over 10 million pet cats nationwide. It's estimated that they kill over 50 million birds every year. But Lou has placed her feeder just out of reach. So the only casualty today is Mr. Fluffy's pride. City life may come with risk. But an all-you-can-eat buffet is a great place to meet a mate. As dusk falls, most residents of the garden hide away. But this is the time when one of them begins to stir. It lives in the darkest corners. Once there were over 30 million in Britain, but today fewer than 1 million remain. With the intensification of agriculture, their countryside homes are disappearing. Hedgehogs. After 5 months in hibernation, this female is raring to go. And so, it seems, are her fleas. Nothing that a quick scratch can't fix. Almost got it. Ah, that's the spot. She needs to be at her best tonight and stay out of trouble. Because she's looking for a mate. The problem is, as the only hedgehog in a walled garden, she's hardly spoiled for choice. But Lou and her neighbours have made a small change that goes a long way to help. a hedgehog highway. A system of tunnels connecting every garden on the street. Opening up her dating pool to 16 gardens. In the neighbour's garden, there's no one here. Next door down, no luck either. It's not just birds in the firing line. Every year, pet cats kill millions of mammals.
Thanks, come here.
But there's not a lot a cat can do against this prickly customer. Garden 16. It's the last chance saloon. And what do you know? Something smells very promising indeed. An intoxicating aroma. A male heading her way. He too has been attracted by her musky odor. He's quite the charmer. And of course, he takes care. If you're a hedgehog, love can really hurt. It's been a rather productive romp through the neighbourhood. But rather than head back to bed, she is making the most of her big night out. And she mates with not just a second partner, but a third. Hedgehogs are highly promiscuous, so a single litter may have multiple fathers. It's a way of ensuring genetic diversity among her young. Lou and her neighbours may have built a path to parenthood, but successfully raising a litter of hoglets is far from guaranteed. Bricks, tarmac and concrete retain heat. So spring in the city arrives earlier than in the surrounding countryside. And after a few nights above 5 degrees Celsius, A cold-blooded young male is warming up. A common frog. He's something of a recluse for most of the year. But for the next few weeks, he will be seeking company. And he heads for the garden pond to look for a mate. The trouble is that even a garden as small as Lou's could host 50 other males. They're all competitors in a race to breed. So he too had better hop to it. Lo and behold, a female, positively bursting with hundreds of eggs. It's just as well he got here quickly. Males can outnumber females 4 to 1. If he wants to win the mating game, he must grab a female before someone else does. He's got her. Now, hold on tight. And fend off those rivals. Having proved himself worthy, she rewards him with a clump of eggs, which he fertilizes. Within each pinhead-sized embryo, a new story is beginning. Even the smallest garden pond can become a cradle for life. In the front garden, the male blue tits prospects are looking up. He's spotted a female in his new patch. And he's getting just what he needs to impress her. Tree hollows are in short supply in city gardens, so a nest box is a welcome alternative. A quick viewing. So far, so good. It's north-facing, so it's not too hot in summer. Minimalist, but he could work with that. Solid walls too. This could be it. Now he just needs a partner to make this house a home. Down below, the garden is changing fast. Densely planted urban gardens like Lou's can have a higher diversity of flowering plants than any wild habitat. And that attracts pollinators from across the neighbourhood. Thanks to Lou's green fingers, around 50 species of bee visit her garden. With some living closer to home than others. Such as this hairy-footed flower bee. Its long tongue sucks up nectar, and its hairy feet give it its name. But some properties come with strings attached. Warm walls make excellent hiding spots for a growing number of spider species, such as this green-fanged tube web spider. Originally from the Mediterranean, they are now thriving in many of Britain's southern port cities. At this time of year, a more familiar resident becomes increasingly daring. He forages in broad daylight. These days, Lou's fox has new responsibilities. Because over the fence and just across the street, a new chapter of his life is beginning. One cub, two cubs, four cubs, just a few weeks old. They've been growing up safely with their mother in a den beneath Lou's neighbour's shed. His family feels so secure here that they wander out in daylight exploring their new world. Rarely in the animal kingdom does a father stick around. But paternal care is more common in the dog family than in most other groups of mammals. So he does his bit, protecting and cleaning his youngsters. In the first few weeks of their lives, their mother stops foraging completely to nurse her cubs. So Dad brings back food for her from across the many gardens in their territory. For foxes in the city, raising a family takes a whole postcode. City life has many distractions. It's easy to miss the little things right on our doorsteps. In the blue tit's nest box, tiny chicks are hatching. He is a father, and life will never be the same again. Now, the hard work begins for both parents. To successfully fledge, each chick will require 20,000 caterpillars. It's a tall order that must be completed within 3 weeks. When caterpillars are in short supply, spiders will have to do. As the days turn to weeks, the chicks' appetites increase and their parents struggle to keep up. In winter, blue tits come to our cities, attracted to our garden bird feeders. But as summer arrives, one of the drawbacks of city life becomes clear. Despite the blue tits' best efforts, their chicks, one by one, die of starvation. There simply aren't enough native plants here to support the caterpillars that blue tits need to raise their young. The odds of any of his chicks surviving are fading by the day. The number of insects in Britain have fallen by 60% in the last 20 years. So for many animals here, finding enough to eat can be a struggle. And right now, this little hedgehog needs more food than ever. Because she's eating for 5. She will need to eat all she can to produce enough milk for her hungry youngsters. The hedgehog highway helps, but it only goes so far, especially during a particularly dry British summer.
And from this point on, his natural habitat becomes drier.
There's hardly anything to eat on her regular garden tour. The insects and earthworms she usually relies on have retreated deep underground. Bird feeder leftovers aren't nearly enough. But mothers will take extraordinary risks. Out on the streets, there is a threat far greater than any natural predator.
Finding their way.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of hedgehogs die on our roads. Remarkably, it seems that city hedgehogs are learning to avoid the busiest streets and are choosing to cross quieter, slower roads. In a well-kept garden, just meters from the street, even the most vulnerable stand a chance. Out of sight in Lew's Pond, the frog's eggs are developing fast. For a single tadpole, the chances of reaching adulthood are slim. Dragonfly larvae hunt any small thing that moves. Over the next 3 months, they must stay out of trouble, grow a pair of limbs, and another, until finally they emerge as froglets the size of peas. Sometimes little legs need a helping hand. A makeshift staircase leads the way to the garden beyond. Soon the froglet will repay the favour and join the army of frogs that keep plant-eating slugs in check. As summer approaches, youngsters all across the garden are taking their first steps into the unknown. Despite the lack of caterpillars, one hardy young blue tit has grown enough to fledge. Thanks to its determined parents. Nevertheless, the chick still needs encouragement to leave the nest for good. The ground is not a place for a young blue tit. And Mr. Fluffy is back. His new bell lets everyone know that he's arrived. But the young chick has yet to find its wings. Dad sounds the alarm. For many blue tit fledglings, their first flight is also their last. Made it a bell round the neck reduces pet cats' hunting success by over a third. Good news for the birds. Bad news for Mr. Fluffy. Slowly, the chick finds its feet and will soon be ready to fend for itself. City life presents plenty of challenges for wildlife. But with gardens making up a third of our urban space, they have an important role to play.
Hi, Gabby. Hi. I haven't seen you for ages. One of the wonderful things about being in this neighbourhood is that even though we've each got very small gardens, if you add it up, it makes a big space. In a sense, you're creating a huge garden for foxes, hedgehogs, all sorts of things.
Together, our gardens cover a greater area than all of our national nature reserves combined. Each can provide a vital link in the lives of the animals that live in them. Not only did this hedgehog survive the dry summer, she also successfully raised all 4 of her hoglets. As their rural relatives continue to decline, there are signs that city hedgehogs are on the increase, repaying gardeners in their own particular way. And as summer comes to a close, a newcomer arrives in Lou's garden. Watched over by a familiar face. He is his father's son and is now old enough to explore the neighborhood. These resourceful animals bring a little magic into our lives. If we choose to share our space, something wild might just move in. The team set out to film one city animal to which there are very different reactions: the urban fox. Lou shows wildlife cinematographer John Waters the lie of the land.
I know that this path is used quite a lot. I've seen foxes coming up, jumping off that fence sometimes, or from over there.
To film the fox without disturbing it, John sets up remote cameras.
The smaller the space, it is more difficult because often the camera is going to be in the way of the animal, and that can spook it slightly. Animals are unpredictable. These cameras are pretty unpredictable. They don't always work. There's a massive element of luck.
A few weeks later, time to check the footage.
Cat. 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 Ooh, fox.
Oh, this is the one I was waiting
Oh,
for.
wow, that's lovely. Oh, that's lovely.
The cameras reveal Lou's fox gets up to far more than she ever sees. But he's neither the hedgehog hunter nor the cat killer that some believe urban foxes to be.
He's obviously in my garden doing his little circuit and then goes who knows where. I don't know how far he travels or where he goes.
So far, the team is only getting glimpses of the fox's secret life. To discover what he does when he leaves the garden, producer Ewan MacDonald-Smith heads onto the streets.
The dream is, if he is successful in mating and he and his vixen have cubs, that we can find the den that they're being raised in and film them. I mean, that would be an incredible thing to show Lou.
Ewan isn't the first to try his luck filming Bristol foxes. Back in the 1970s, a rather fresh-faced presenter set out to do so for the very first time.
How much do we really know about the urban fox? How many are there? Where do they go during the daytime? A BBC team here in Bristol in the Natural History Unit set out to try and make a film about the life of a town fox.
In the half-century since, their numbers have quadrupled in our cities.
I do get a lot of funny reactions from, people in the neighbourhood. Anyone out in the streets will tell me, oh yeah, I see foxes all the time. You don't need a fancy camera to see them. It's easy to get a glimpse of a fox, but to actually spend any time with one takes a lot of perseverance.
It turns out that the local foxes are pretty brazen. But while city life comes with high rewards, it also comes with high risks.
I've just come across a dead fox. It's been hit by a car. I was really worried it was going to be Lou's fox. Looks like it's a different individual. Still not a very nice thing to see.
One aspect of the fox's life remains a mystery: the location of his den. The team comes up with all sorts of ways to track it down.
Right, this road.
Okay.
But it's Lou's local WhatsApp group that gives the most promising lead.
Hi Joe, how's it going?
It seems Mr. Fox has been raising a family right under Ewan's nose.
Smells of fox.
Over the next few days, their patience is rewarded.
He's just so relaxed, I don't think he can see us. No, he has no idea. We've been following Lou's fox for the past 6 months. Such a relief to find this den and to find these 4 cubs. So we've...
At last, time to reveal the footage to Lou.
Oh, wow, the little fox cubs.
Yeah, so there's 4 of them living under this shed with their mother.
That's amazing, and that's just across the road.
Yeah.
Oh, God, they're so adorable.
A year of filming has changed the way Lou sees her garden.
It's amazing to think of these wild animals in the centre of a city, isn't it, and thriving. We've created a safe environment for a wild creature, and I think that's lovely.
And the footage proves that even the smallest urban space can provide a vital home to a host of enchanting wildlife. Next time, the country garden in the Lake District. where determined animals must race to raise a family. Discover the wildlife on your doorstep with the Open University's Secret Garden interactive experience. Scan the QR code on a screen now, or head to connect.open.ac.uk/secret garden. Across the British Isles, there are magical places, our pride and joy, our gardens. Yet many of us are completely unaware of the wild world, right under our noses. Amazingly, some British gardens are almost as diverse as a tropical rainforest. And when our backs are turned, they come alive. From the wilds of Scotland to a metropolitan oasis. In each episode, we'll reveal the extraordinary dramas playing out within a single garden. Welcome to a hidden world right on our doorsteps. Nestling in the heart of Cumbria, an idyllic country garden, cherished by owners Chris and Liz.
10 years ago, we decided to leave the city and actually live somewhere more rural. We found this house and garden. Actually, it was really the garden that we fell in love with.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it's become a bit of an obsession.
Well, you'll normally find Liz in the greenhouse through here. Then there are these really lovely dry stone walls. My favourite place is the meadow down here. Then down in the far corner there is a really beautiful pond.
Chris and Liz do everything they can to encourage wildlife.
Every year, we like to move some of our tools out of our tool shed to make way for the swallows when they return.
We like to think of the garden as an ark, and it's incredibly rich in wildlife, but we know so little still about the secret lives of the animals that live here.
One of the most secretive is the field mouse. This brave little female may be only 4 months old, but she's already looking for a mate. Field mice are abundant in this garden. The danger: garden predators. A tawny owl has hearing 10 times more sensitive than ours. And he can detect the slightest sound. But the mouse has her own sonic superpower. She listens out for a secret song, inaudible to an owl. But if we slow it right down, it's the ultrasonic serenade of a male mouse. But her potential partner is on the other side of a wide, featureless lawn. To reach him and get back safely, she has a special solution. She creates a trail to signpost the way home. Field mice are the only mammals other than humans known to position objects as landmarks. Impressive for a brain the size of a pea. She likes what she hears. A fleeting romance. Spotted. Thanks to her signposts, safely home and ready to produce her first litter. Just as Liz and Chris hoped. A barn swallow. Coming to the end of an epic 6,000-mile journey from southern Africa. In a remarkable feat of navigation, he has finally reached the north of England. Of 25 million gardens in Britain, he returns to the one where he was raised. Home. He's made this hazardous journey to feast on insects that come with a British summer, and to try and raise a family. The male returns first to prepare their nest. Barn swallows mate for life. But the pair only come together to rear their young. Other couples are already reuniting after 7 months apart. But his partner is nowhere to be seen. Time is not on his side. Down at the bottom of the garden, after 5 months overwintering in the compost heap, a more secretive creature emerges. A palmate newt, barely the length of your little finger. She is embarking on her own intrepid journey. Her first step is to find a mate. But their numbers are in decline. In the last 50 years, we have lost half of our rural ponds, drained for farmland. So garden ponds have never been so important. She enters a secret world. Full of boldly marked, flirtatious males. Each trying to catch her eye, flexing their supersized feet, and wafting perfumes towards her. Larger males may attract her attention, but one by one, they run out of air. Until only one tiny dancer remains. His smaller size enables him to absorb all the oxygen he needs just through his skin. Once in a while, the underdog comes out on top. Closer to home, another hidden romance spells trouble. Molehills. Less than a metre below the surface, a young male mole is frantically digging in search of a mate. He can tunnel over 20 meters a day. All that earth has to go somewhere. He only stops to feed and can consume half his body weight in worms in a single day. But to find a female, you sometimes need to go above and beyond. He can barely see past the end of his nose. But that nose smells in stereo. And he can pinpoint a female's burrow from afar. It's not a warm reception. Female moles have unusually high levels of testosterone, and that makes them highly aggressive. Eventually, persistence prevails. In pursuit of the perfect lawn, British gardeners kill thousands of moles every year. Molehills do drive Liz mad, but she also knows that they create fertile soil for planting. By late spring, the lonesome swallow's chances of becoming a parent look increasingly slim. Swallows only live for 3 or 4 years. This may be his last chance to breed. But fewer swallows are arriving each year as they face more unpredictable weather. Then a familiar sound. After more than half a year apart, the long-distance couple are reunited. They have no time to waste. Across the garden, the breeding season is in full swing. The pond becomes the setting for a record-breaking romance. To see it, you need to get into the weeds. A male semaphore fly, one of the 7,000 fly species found in the UK. But this one has the most elaborate courtship display of all. The ritual begins with 4 bursts of wing waving a second. Still, she is unimpressed. Time to pull out all the stops. In just a 25th of a second, he performs a lightning flip. It's the fastest backflip in the insect world. Such a grand display attracts unwanted attention. A predatory dung fly, almost twice his size. But the semaphore fly is fixated on the female. Oh well, plenty more flies in the pond. Beneath the surface, the female palmate performs her own extraordinary act. She delicately folds a leaf around each of her 100 eggs to protect them until they hatch in 3 weeks' time. Her mothering duties are complete. As the romance of spring turns to the baby boom of early summer, a family of house sparrows leave the nest. Hundreds of young bees harvest nectar and pollen. Newly hatched newts are growing up in the pond. And just a month after reuniting, the swallows have 5 hungry mouths to feed. Astonishingly, each chick needs 1,000 insects every single day. Surely an impossible task. Nationwide, flying insect numbers have crashed due to pesticides, pollution and habitat loss. Swallow numbers have almost halved in the last decade. But here, next to a well-managed sheep farm, the swallows can catch all they need. And closer to home, Chris and Liz's garden meadow is crowded with miniature life. Even a small patch of grass, left untrimmed, can support hundreds of species of insects. For now, at least, the chicks have a chance. Back at the dry stone wall, newborn field mice depend entirely on their mother for the first 3 weeks of their lives. She must now brave the daylight to find enough food. This time, with no waymarks to guide her home. From over 40 meters away, she has been spotted. Kestrels are prolific daytime predators, catching up to 8 rodents a day. Made it. Mice have excellent memories, and she knows the greenhouse has a stash of food. Here they are. Seeds. Packed with nutrients and energy. But she can't afford to stay long. she must feed her babies every few hours. While Liz continues her planting, another life and death mini-drama plays out right under her nose. One of over 100 species of spider living in British gardens. A zebra jumping spider. He's smart, able to use a variety of techniques when hunting. Spiders aren't everyone's cup of tea, but he eats insects that would damage Liz's precious seedlings. Garden pests. Unlike other spiders, he doesn't use a web. He actively hunts for prey. And with 8 eyes, he's good at finding it. 6 of them detect movement, while the 2 big front eyes focus on and identify lunch. A miniature pest controller. With the coast finally clear, the mouse desperately needs to get back to her young. But the kestrel is still on the hunt. Suddenly, something extraordinary happens. The Garden Air Force scrambles. With newly hatched chicks, the swallows won't tolerate any threat. As a single mum, she has to keep taking enormous risks to keep her pups alive. And just 2 weeks later, the youngsters are almost ready to leave the nest, which will allow Mum to raise more babies before the short summer ends. At the peak of summer, the sheer variety of flowers in this garden makes it a little slice of paradise, with more species of plant than can be found in a patch of tropical rainforest. Left untouched, the meadow hums with life. At least 20 species of butterfly are found in British gardens. Each has a particular diet, and we can help by growing nectar-rich flowers for the adults, as well as the native plants their caterpillars will depend upon. Even a patch of nettle and bramble will do. The swallows are making the most of the sunny weather. Incredibly, all 5 chicks have survived. But Cumbria is the wettest county in England.
I'm looking at the picture in Cumbria. Well, that's one of the places that's seen lots of heavy rain today from our weather.
And in recent years has been getting even wetter. Grounded by the weather, flying insects are suddenly 3 times harder to find. So the swallows will have to work 3 times as hard. If the weather doesn't improve, the chicks will die. They may be exceptional parents, but facing a wet summer, can they keep their chicks alive? While the swallows struggle to raise a single brood, the field mouse has reared her first litter and is eager to get going with a second. So she's following her ears to find another partner. At every turn, predators are lurking. Catching her offspring all over the garden. For mice, survival is a numbers game. Her strategy is to flood the garden with young. So that at least some will have families of their own. Soon, she'll be a mother again. A damp night brings out some of our most destructive garden beasts. As any country gardener knows, slugs can decimate a veg patch overnight. But help for the gardeners arrives unexpectedly. A palmate newt in search of food. Surprisingly, newts spend most of the year on land. Their slimy skin becomes rough and dry to conserve precious moisture. Another key member of the pest control army. By day, the meadow would seem an excellent place to hide. Although the newt isn't out of danger yet. But Chris has chosen a wildlife-friendly method of mowing. Traditional scything leaves plenty of wriggle room. The moment Chris leaves, real danger arrives. Pheasants. Native to Asia, but now released into our countryside on an industrial scale. Over 30 million every year. Eating vast numbers of insects, reptiles and amphibians every day. The field mouse has another litter of pups. Up until the end of autumn, she will almost always be pregnant or have babies. As many as 6 litters a year. If just 2 of her offspring have young of their own, her efforts will have been worthwhile. While the mouse spreads her risk, Chris and Liz's swallows put all their eggs in one basket. But the nest is empty. The devoted parents tried their hardest. And against all the odds, not 1, not 2, but all 5 chicks have fledged. The parents still have work to do. The yard is now a flight school for lessons with Mum and Dad. They must master the air to catch their own food.
Oh, here it comes, here it comes.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, look at that dive. They are such fast flyers. Because they're here and then they're gone.
Yeah. It's like each year as well, you know, it's like a glimpse and then they've gone for the year.
Soon the chicks will make their first epic journey, crossing continents and surviving storms. Thanks to Chris and Liz and their country haven, with its old shed and bug-filled meadow, the swallows may well return next spring to join the many other animals which have made this garden their home. When the production team first got in touch, Liz and Chris were excited to have their garden secrets revealed.
When Chris called me to say that we might be having some interest in filming the wildlife, on one side I was thinking, oh, that would be amazing. I am very curious to know who's doing what.
But they were also nervous.
However, I was thinking, wouldn't it be typical that if we say yes to this, the swallows won't come back?
Wildlife cameraman Lindsay McCrae has filmed on every continent, but he's Cumbrian, born and bred.
So this is the Lake District, and I grew up actually just over that hill. So I feel like I know this area like the back of my hand. The valley I grew up in was surrounded by small farms full of swallows' nests. Just became obsessed with them growing up.
His mission now is to film a family of swallows in a country garden. As it turned out, Liz's concern wasn't completely unfounded. A male swallow has returned on time, but no sign of a female.
Everyone knows it's a mammoth journey these small birds have to make, and I've not only just read about it, I've actually been to the Sahara and seen swallows flying across the desert, so I know what they've got to get through.
It's a journey that's getting harder and harder.
Over the last few years, we're definitely seeing fewer swallows.
I think it's a story everywhere, isn't it? Even in my lifetime,
tragic,
I've
isn't it?
noticed a huge decline. They are the bird each spring, aren't they, that everybody wants to see first.
Oh, here it comes.
They're such beautiful and characterful birds. Hopefully, the female that is due back here knows where she's going.
While Lindsay follows the swallows' fortunes, camerawoman Katie Mayhew is working the garden night shift. Her mission is to cover the garden's tiniest inhabitants. Down at the pond, she's setting up a complicated system to get beneath the surface.
Right, idiot's check. Is the camera gonna fall in the water? Okay, here we go. Shall we put it in the pond? I've got no idea until I stick this lens in the water what we're actually gonna see. It's going in, we're going in.
Of course you can, I can't believe it, you can actually see something. Oh, there's something there.
Yeah,
Where?
there's a
Oh, it's a newt. Yeah.
There's a newt on the left.
See it? It is a newt.
An amazing first glimpse. And over the next few days, Katie captures all the newt behaviour she could possibly want. Spring wears on, but still no sign of the female swallow. Until...
There's one. In fact, there's two. And they have both dropped into the courtyard. I wonder if that's a female.
It is the female. And with the pair back together, they'll soon have eggs. Before they do, Lindsay needs to get a camera set up in the shed.
They're such good little birds to put cameras on because they're so brave when they're on the nest.
Is that right?
A lot of birds can obviously feel a bit nervous.
When do you think they'll start laying then? If they've
Any minute, if there's feathers in the nest, that means it's lined and ready to go. So, and I reckon these feathers have just fallen on the floor at the end of the season, and this pair's picked them back up again.
Well, it's a reason not to be too tidy.
It's now a waiting game. A few weeks later, and the chicks have hatched. 5 of them. The parents are working overtime to feed them insects. Lindsay struggles to keep up with the male swallow in flight. Swallows fly at around 11 metres per second.
Here's one. Gone.
Rarely in a straight line.
Oh, just these split seconds and they're gone.
But with the camera slowing down the action 10 times, his skill and perseverance give Lindsay an insight into the swallow's amazing aerobatics.
I know it sounds crazy, but I swear our female bird's easier to film. The male is just so erratic in flight.
Those longer tail feathers are the reason. Evolved to look good to a female, they also enable extreme maneuverability. But when summer rains arrive and bugs hide away, the swallows face their biggest test yet.
I live here, so I know how bad the weather in the Lake District can get, but this is ridiculous now. These summers in the lakes just seem to be getting more and more unpredictable, and it's life or death for the wildlife. The thought of those chicks just sat in the nest begging and nothing coming is just heartbreaking.
When the weather finally clears, Liz is desperate to see whether the chicks have survived.
Here's one. Here he goes.
Oh, look, it's going in. Will we be able to see it? Oh, look at that. Oh, I can see all their, like, little smiles of faces. Or one opening up.
And we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chicks. Very happy and tired, aren't they?
They are kind of like little monsters, I have to say.
Just 2 weeks later, all 5 chicks have fledged.
Working with all the people from the film crew and all their specialities has really opened my eyes up to just the vast variety of creatures that are living in a garden. I just hope that everyone who's got a small garden, a medium garden, a bigger garden, a balcony, can just fall in love with them a bit more and understand what a massive impact we could all have if we just carved out a little bit of space to provide for those bugs and birds and animals. That to me is massively inspiring.
Next time, a woodland garden in a Welsh valley where secretive and surprising wildlife is attracted to a magical glade. Discover the wildlife on your doorstep with the Open University's Secret Garden interactive experience. Scan the QR code on a screen now, or head to connect.open.ac.uk/secret garden. Across the British Isles, there are magical places, our pride and joy, our gardens. Yet many of us are completely unaware of the wild world, right under our noses. Amazingly, some British gardens are almost as diverse as a tropical rainforest. And when our backs are turned, they come alive. From the wilds of Scotland to a metropolitan oasis. In each episode, we'll reveal the extraordinary dramas playing out within a single garden. Welcome to a hidden world right on our doorsteps. Hidden away in a Welsh woodland, at the bottom of a steep-sided valley, an old cottage. Home to Robin and Laura.
We fell in love with this property because it was just nestled in this sea of green.
And we just discovered it all bit by accident, didn't we? And just bumped into this secluded little valley hidden in the Welsh countryside.
Robin is a wildlife cameraman and spends much of the year filming abroad.
Sort of quite ironic that you probably observe wildlife around the world more than he does here in his own backyard. So this is our vegetable garden. It's in the sunniest spot.
We've got a brook that comes along here, goes under the house and then runs down into the river at the bottom of the valley. And then either side of us, we are absolutely surrounded by woodland.
This is one of the most biodiverse parts of Britain. But this woodland garden keeps its secrets close. Its wildlife goes largely unseen by Robin, Laura, and their two young boys. And there is one feature of this valley that sets this garden apart.
It's quite a unique garden in that the light isn't here all the time. The sun doesn't come up over the trees.
As the light changes from month to month, each garden resident must await its moment in the sun. Late winter, and direct sunlight hasn't reached the valley floor for 4 months. Sheltering from the cold, damp conditions, under a protective pile of leaves, one of our most elusive little mammals, a hazel dormouse. Her body temperature is barely above freezing. Her heart rate and breathing is reduced to 10% of its summer rate. She'll remain in deep hibernation until spring. Wake up too early, and she risks hunger and being hunted. These trees are haunted by tawny owls. The garden is an excellent hunting ground for them. Bare branches make very good observation posts. Owls have exceptionally good night vision. and acute hearing makes this male a top predator. Bird feeders attract rodents. Among them, wood mice. He just has to pick his moment. Each rodent he catches is more than just a meal. It's proof that he is a reliable hunter and a worthy partner for his long-term mate. She calls 2 wits, and he responds to woos. Few of us realize that this is a duet. If they're going to have a family, they will need a home. Even in a woodland like this, tree hollows are in short supply. So Robin and Laura have installed a large nest box, 3 meters up. Tawny owls breed early, so that their chicks hatch in time for the abundance of spring. But the weather has to be right. When the spring sun reaches deep into the valley for the first time, the garden finally awakens. In March, the leafless trees allow the sun's warming rays to reach the forest floor. Woodland flowers bloom quickly before the canopy closes overhead. For Laura, the emergence of wild garlic means that spring is well underway. In the woods at the top of the garden, the undergrowth conceals a growing family that has spent winter deep underground. There could be 400,000 of them in Britain, but few of us have ever seen one alive. Badgers. A mother cautiously leads her 3-month-old cubs out of their set for the first time. They rarely come out during the day. But in an undisturbed woodland, they seem to feel secure enough to do so. Badgers may be Britain's largest land predators, but their diet consists mainly of small delicacies. Invertebrates such as worms, slugs, and snails. The forest is crawling with them at this time of the year. But badgers are learning that gardens can offer bigger rewards. One of last year's cubs is eager to explore. He gathers his courage and sets off down a well-trodden path towards the garden. Here there is an abundance of food, including a hive of around 40,000 honeybees. But this hive has strange guardians. Better to come back after dark. A thorough spring clean ensures that by late summer there will be enough honey for both bees and humans to share. Beekeepers like Robin and Laura know their honeybees well. But the wild bees in the garden are easily overlooked. There are 270 native species of bee in the UK, and one of them has been hibernating underground for 6 months. A buff-tailed bumblebee. She is a queen. Her fat reserves have sustained her over the winter. And now it's down to her to build a new colony. Before tackling the hard work, she needs to warm up. She vibrates her flight muscles. She may have to do this for 15 minutes or so. But once she reaches 30 degrees, she's ready to go. Next, she must build up her strength. And she does so by collecting pollen and nectar, visiting thousands of flowers every day. After a week of foraging, it's time to find a place to nest. An old mouse hole will do nicely. She has a major task ahead of her. So she secretes wax from her abdomen and molds it into brood cells. And then she lays a single fertilized egg in each. Now she keeps them warm by vibrating her muscles once again. The colony's fate depends on her. Once the sunlight is strong enough to warm the garden, insect numbers suddenly increase. Just in time for the 70 species of woodland birds here, many with chicks. But one parent doesn't need to share. She lives largely unnoticed, down by the stream. A dipper. Her specialized feathers and strong wings give her access to another world. She is an accomplished diver and is able to negotiate fast-flowing rapids to catch aquatic insects. Insects that are beyond the reach of other birds. She can stay submerged for up to 30 seconds at a time, and has transparent eyelids which act like goggles so she can find her prey. Her main competitors fish. She needs to collect hundreds of insects every day. Because hidden under the cottage, away from prying eyes, she has a nest full of hungry chicks. Her mate shares the workload. But the waterways around here aren't as clean as they once were. So catching enough insects is far from guaranteed. As night sets in, the family is unaware of the drama unfolding in the surrounding oak trees. The Tawny's nightly duet has been joined by a less harmonious call. Inside their nest box, it's pitch black. But our infrared lights reveal the source. 2 young owlets, just 2 weeks old. Already there are signs of sibling rivalry. The larger owlet, which hatched a few days earlier, is winning the fight for food. To start with, earthworms will do. But the owls have timed things well. The garden is now full of prey. The larger owlet is always first in the queue. He now wolfs down 3 rodents a day. And if left hungry, he may eat his smaller sibling. If food becomes scarce, only the strongest will survive. By late spring, the sun is high enough to flood the valley with light. The garden is getting more productive by the day. The bumblebee queen has successfully raised her first brood. Her eggs have developed from larvae into adult female worker bees. The queen releases a pheromone which suppresses their desire to breed. They have other duties. The smaller workers tend to yet more of her larvae, while the larger ones venture out to gather more food. Vital fuel for the growing colony. But juicy larvae are a great prize. For badgers. Their strong claws would enable them to dig up a nest without any problem. The workers' angry buzz is a warning. Unlike honeybees, a single bumblebee can sting multiple times. Badgers are wary of people. So the bumblebees are safe. But to secure the royal line, the Queen needs to raise another brood. A few weeks without rain, and the garden's woodland starts to dry out. It's a tough time to be a badger. Earthworms, that make up 60% of their diet, burrow deep underground. Two-thirds of badger cubs may die in a dry spell like this. But Laura's watering could be a lifesaver. Tonight, the year-old cub waits for the cover of darkness. His sense of smell is extremely sensitive. And the garden is filled with a cocktail of scents. The most alluring comes from the patio. Peanuts. A nutritious starter, but not enough to satisfy the appetite of a growing badger. Down on the lawn, the main course. Laura's watering has brought the worms closer to the surface. Though it still takes muscle to reach them. A hungry badger can make quite a mess. But it comes with the territory. When you live in such a wild and wonderful place. By May, The longer days are bringing the woodland into leaf. The canopy comes alive with insects. Oak trees host over 1,000 species of invertebrates. Good news for pied flycatchers that have travelled thousands of miles from West Africa to breed here. But the dipper family is hungrier than ever. The chicks now need hundreds of insects every day, and their parents are struggling to meet their demands. So Robin comes bearing gifts. Mealworms, little packages of protein and fat. They could make all the difference. But with both parents away collecting food, one chick slips out. Its mother hasn't noticed. And the chick is too young to fend for itself. The chick's call is hardly audible above the rushing water. But its mother is attuned to its high frequency. An unconventional start. But its parents will continue to look after it. Until it has learned how to hunt for itself. Soon all the chicks will fledge, and everyone can relax. As the canopy thickens, shadows cover large parts of the garden. Cover for cautious forest animals, such as wild boar. Only under the cover of darkness will the garden's sleepiest resident dare to emerge. The dormouse. Even after 7 months in hibernation, she has lost half of her body weight. And she needs food urgently if she is to survive. Even at night, she's dangerously exposed. But some risks are worth taking. Red currants. She needs to double her weight in just 5 months before she curls up once again for her long winter sleep. On a warm summer evening, another family gathering. Beyond the firelight, 2 young brothers face the most dangerous night of their lives so far. The elder, larger owlet is now 5 times his hatching weight, because he has continued to consume most of the deliveries. Trapped inside the nest box, his younger brother is growing weaker by the day. Until, driven by hunger, the little brother makes a bid to get out and pushes his older brother onto the ground. He's too young to fly. If a predator finds him, he won't stand a chance. He must get back up there. Fortunately, he is strong enough to climb. But he's not safe yet. His parents call to encourage him. Big Brother is safe. and his little brother's fortunes are looking up. With his sensitive eyesight, it must be a magical view. At long last, he gets the attention he needs. The parents' gamble of breeding early has paid off. The owlets have had their difficulties, but both look set to survive. As summer comes to an end, the family harvest the honey from their beehive. But things are not so sweet for the garden's other bees. After laying hundreds of eggs, the bumblebee queen is close to collapse. She can no longer produce the pheromones that keep her workers in check. So they start laying eggs of their own. And her larvae grow larger, as they will become the next generation of queens. Her reign is over. The old queen is dead. With cold weather on its way, her loyal workers will die too. But soon the new queens will head out on their own. If just one of them survives, the succession will be secured. And a new generation of bees will pollinate the flowers in this garden and beyond. Life in the garden is slowing down. As the days shorten and the temperature falls, the trees absorb valuable nutrients from their leaves. Only then do they drop them. A single tree can shed hundreds of thousands of leaves. Laura works hard to keep the patio and the paths clear. But the vast majority of leaves lie where they fall. They are what the soil and its inhabitants need. A miniature clean-up crew gets to work. slugs, and woodlice return carbon and other nutrients to the soil. Their presence attracts predators. Centipedes patrol this underworld. Now it's time for the garden's most important animal to get to work. The humble earthworm, lured from deep underground. There may be hundreds of them in every cubic metre of soil. The worms in this garden will consume tons of fallen leaves, converting them into next year's plant food in a matter of months. Earthworms are essential. They support not just plants, but also many animals. This year's badger cubs are now big and strong. And their older brother is still on hand for some rough and tumble. It turns out that a woodland garden can provide for even a large badger family. Now they can prepare for winter. A clean coat, extra fat, and a pile of cosy bedding will see them through the difficult months ahead. Life in this wooded valley is governed by the changing light. It's vital for each plant and animal in the garden to get its timing just right. And Robin and Laura do their best to keep pace.
Now, our garden's actually quite a small part of the world, but to us, it's a big part of our lives. And I think probably not only does it drive the wildlife and the nature around us, to an extent it probably drives our lives as well.
The garden's like a clock, you know, the changing colours of the leaves and where the light falls on different parts of the garden, and of course all the animals that come and go.
It's time to hunker down for winter. Most animals retreat into the trees or hide underground, waiting until the sunlight returns to reveal this garden's secrets once again. Homeowner Robin Smith has been a wildlife cameraman for over 20 years. He's travelled the world, filming some of the planet's most exotic animals.
Filming wildlife in the British Isles, I think, can be more challenging actually than filming wildlife in places like the Amazon, because, you know, we're a relatively crowded, small island. So our wildlife has got very good at avoiding people.
To film the secret life in his garden, Robin has repurposed some domestic technology.
So these are basically adapted security cameras that I've set up to work alongside a wireless network. They've got a little solar panel on top, so we don't have to worry about batteries.
Robin has also rigged a large owl box.
We've just put this one up this year, and we got a camera already fitted inside that that's rigged up to an infrared light, and it's all ready to go. The trick's to try and think like an animal if you can.
While Robin leaves his new system to record, he returns to his trusty camera to film a remarkable resident living right under the house. The Dipper.
We're super lucky to have dippers on this stretch of the brook. And they're a pretty small and fast bird, so they're quite challenging to film. And we only get a relatively small window of opportunity.
Dippers only come to the garden to breed for a few weeks a year.
They can travel quite a long way. They can be gone for 40 minutes to an hour sometimes, so you have to be quite patient. Things can be fairly quiet for hours and hours on end with nothing happening.
Filming wildlife always requires patience. But at least Robin only has a short commute.
I've spent many, many hours filming in hides, but this puts a whole new slant on the whole working from home thing.
A few weeks later, Robin and Laura check in on the remote cameras. At first, a series of what could be called common or garden animals.
Oh,
A mouse. Oh, there, look. Haha.
Oh, Brocky Badger.
Badger, right.
Oh. Ah! Oh no!
It's a rat.
2 massive rats.
Luckily, one of the security cameras also picks up the garden's rodent control.
Oh, that's cool. Brand new box, and straight away that tawny owl's checking it out. That's really good.
And a surprise.
Oh my God, is that a boar?
Yeah, it's a wild boar, yeah, oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
I've never seen them down this close to the house before.
These native mammals were eradicated by hunters hundreds of years ago, but escapees from farms are now repopulating Britain's woodlands. The boar aren't the only surprise.
What?
Oh.
Is that? Hang on, I've got to just look at that. I've got to play that back. That's really quick. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's a pine marten.
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe it.
The presence of a rare predator in Robin and Laura's garden is a sign that their woodland is in excellent health. And so, it seems, is the stream.
What's really nice about having dippers in our brook is that they're a really good indicator species. If a dipper's around, then we know the insect life is good. There's a good chance that we've got fish life in the river.
The dippers appear to be doing well. But then, one last surprise.
Oh my, is that one of the chicks?
Yeah, I decided to make a break for it a little bit ahead of schedule.
So will that chick be okay?
Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, there's obviously a risk,
It was great that, the parents found the chick and it all worked out in the end. I just never get tired of them. They're just such charismatic little birds.
Nationwide, dipper numbers have fallen by almost 40%. This pair follows the stream down to the Wye, which has been affected by widespread pollution. But with a little help, they've raised 3 healthy chicks and brought a great deal of pleasure.
It's been so wonderful to be able to film, wildlife on our own patch. It's almost like we've got this cast of characters that play out this wonderful wildlife soap opera just for us. It's been super special.
Next time, a remote garden in the Highlands of Scotland, where a tough climate drives rare animals to an unconventional sanctuary. Discover the wildlife on your doorstep with the Open University's Secret Garden interactive experience. Scan the QR code on a screen now, or head to connect.open.ac.uk/secret garden. Across the British Isles, there are magical places, our pride and joy, our gardens. Yet many of us are completely unaware of the wild world, right under our noses. Amazingly, some British gardens are almost as diverse as a tropical rainforest. And when our backs are turned, they come alive. From the wilds of Scotland to a metropolitan oasis. In each episode, we'll reveal the extraordinary dramas playing out within a single garden. Welcome to a hidden world right on our doorsteps. On the west coast of Scotland, in a remote and sheltered glen, a garden offers sanctuary. Homeowner Matt Wilson does all he can to help protect animals from the worst of the weather.
I enjoy making these boxes. It's always just making extra sort of homes and refuges and things for all the different species that come into the garden.
Matt is a naturalist who has dedicated his life to working with Scottish animals. And he's spent nearly 40 years turning his garden into a haven for wildlife.
When I moved in, this was all rough grassland, no trees. Now there's everything here from bog to woodland.
With his children having left home, the garden has taken on an even greater value for him.
It's funny, you look at the trees, and like when you look at your children, you realise that they've grown.
As the garden has matured, it has acquired a life of its own. And Matt doesn't know what will happen from year to year. Winter in Scotland can hit hard. For the animals that live here, survival is a daily battle.
The Met Office says Altnahara in Sutherland saw temperatures fall to minus 18 Celsius last night, the coldest January night in the UK for 15 years.
The harsh weather brings a formidable predator into Matt's garden. A female buzzard. Buzzards are the most widespread bird of prey in Britain. But to have one land in your garden is a rare treat. With snow making hunting tough, the female is close to starvation. Matt offers her a lifeline. A hunk of venison may seem like extreme bird feeding, but it could make all the difference. Still, a prize like this won't stay secret for long. With eyesight 3 times sharper than our own, she can spot trouble coming from a mile away. But she can't keep watch and eat at the same time. The female pins down the aggressor, a young male. Buzzards are known to kill each other with their razor-sharp beaks and talons. Her greater size gives her the advantage. But she holds back. The male is likely to be her son. But this is her territory. And he's no longer welcome. Now he must find a place of his own. To get through the winter, she will need Matt's handouts all for herself. When spring eventually arrives, the garden is visited by one of Britain's rarest mammals. A pine marten, a cat-sized member of the weasel family. They're cautious around people. And Matt has yet to see his garden's new arrival. Their natural habitat is mature woodland. But by the early 20th century, all but 5% of Scotland's forests had been cut down, and pine martens were hunted almost to extinction. The Western Highlands have always been one of their strongholds. And although the forest here has become fragmented, they have found an alternative. Gardens, such as this one down the road from Matt. Without trees, the pine martens use what they can to hone their climbing skills. These youngsters have grown up here. Generations have been coming to this garden for the last 20 years. Becoming bolder and bolder. Up to 16 pine martens may visit in a single night. But the pine marten that visits Matt's house is much more cautious. This new arrival, a female, less than a year old, is searching for a territory of her own. Matt doesn't want her to lose her natural caution around humans. But maybe his garden can provide the food and shelter that she needs. For 4 decades, Matt has kept a meticulous diary of the animals in his garden. Every morning he brings it up to date. While he can't record everything that's happening, he can report on one typically secretive garden resident. Barn owls are found across Britain. But there could be fewer than 1,000 pairs in Scotland. The cold, wet climate makes this the northern limit of their range. To give them a better chance, Matt has built a special retreat. Sheltered from the elements and inaccessible to predatory pine martens. Remarkably, Matt now sees his female barn owl almost every day.
She's got a nice nature, a nice easy nature, is very approachable. She will come out and have a look at you during the day, which is rather nice. She's nice to have around. She's got a softness about her.
But Matt is worried. She's a 5-year-old mother who has successfully raised 10 owlets in the garden. But after a run of good years, her luck may have turned. Just as spring has arrived, her partner has disappeared. Barn owls can hunt up to 3 miles away from their nest. And bad weather could have prevented him from getting home. It rains here on more than 200 days a year, making it among the wettest places in Britain. And while most birds' feathers are rain resistant, barn owls have sacrificed waterproofing to ensure that their wings are silent for hunting. So he may have been grounded. Finding a new mate now would be hard. All she can do is wait. This far north, spring temperatures can suddenly plummet, forcing one of our best-loved mammals into gardens in search of food. The red squirrel. Across most of Britain, these charming and inquisitive animals have been displaced by American grey squirrels. But they've held on in parts of Scotland. Their fluffy coats and tufted ears keep them warm, so they're well adapted to the climate. Although at this time of year, coping with cold isn't the only challenge. autumn's nuts and berries are long gone. But red squirrels know that gardens can offer a lifeline. Although they have yet to reach mats, but there's one very special animal that he can help. The young pine marten is still very cautious. And only approaches when Matt is out of sight. Peanuts are a welcome supplement, high in calories and fat. But pine martens are omnivores with a taste for meat. Soon there will be a chance to hunt. By late March, the daytime temperature climbs to a balmy 9 degrees. It's good news for the garden's cold-blooded inhabitants. Slowworms and common lizards. They have survived the winter by hibernating underground. Now, on warmer days, they emerge to bask. The hardiest of them all comes out at night. A common toad. He left the garden as a tiny toadlet nearly 3 years ago. Now, as an adult, it's time to head back to the only pond in the glen, in search of a mate. But he is not the only toad with surging hormones. Males are arriving from every direction. Some have already paired up. He must hurry. But between him and the pond, there's a road. Every year, tens of thousands of toads are killed en route to their breeding grounds. But driven by the need to breed, this toad is determined. His timing is perfect. A female has also found her way to the pond. Their 1,000 or so eggs will hatch in 10 days' time. Then their tadpoles will need to grow up fast. Up here, summer is short. Ten nights after her mate left to hunt, the female barn owl is still alone. One calm night, she hears a familiar sound. We'll never know what kept him. But it's still the breeding season. And he only has one thing on his mind: wooing her back. Perhaps surprisingly, she doesn't accept his advances. He's going to have to prove, once again, that he is a worthy mate. His peace offering, a plump vole. But she remains unimpressed. How about a mouse? It's going to take more than that. He brings back gift after gift after gift. Eventually, he wins her over. Just in time, if they're going to raise a family. A few nights later, the female has laid 4 eggs. A decent-sized clutch. But rearing them won't be easy, unless both parents do their bit. The open hill and rough grassland surrounding Matt's home are productive hunting grounds. And just as well, the pair may need to catch 1,000 small mammals in the next 3 months. Pine martens also need plenty of prey. They usually hunt in the forest and can roam over 5 miles a night. But in spring, a new opportunity arrives. In a bank at the bottom of Matt's garden. Sand martins. These intrepid birds have flown around 3,000 miles from their wintering grounds in Africa to take advantage of Scotland's longer days and gorge on swarms of flying insects, essential food for raising a family. They set about digging a burrow about 1 metre long so that they can nest out of the reach of predators. It's a mammoth task. After a promising start, this male is hoping to attract a mate. But this female is not impressed. Another male seems to be making better progress, and she helps him dig. Without a deep nest, they will be dangerously exposed. All this activity has attracted attention. Pine martins have an excellent sense of smell. But these sand martin nests are out of reach. Strong claws and rotating ankles work well on the vertical face. But the bank is unstable. So she tries to flush out the adults instead. Her persistence pays off, providing the meal she needs. Safely out of reach, the owl family is growing fast. 30 days after the eggs were laid, the first owlet hatches. Over the next few days, 2 more emerge. A good start. But each owlet will need up to 4 meals a day. So now the hard work really begins. The owlets should double their weight every 10 days. They stand a good chance of doing so, as long as the weather holds. Some years in this Highland garden, it barely feels like summer at all. But when the sun does shine, everyone takes full advantage. Crossbills move in to feed on Matt's pines, using their twisted beaks to extract ripening seeds from the cones. House martins hurried their young out of the nest. And in the warm compost heap, the slow worms take their chance to mate while they can. Four months after the toads abandoned their little eggs, something is stirring in the pond. A tiny toadlet, no bigger than a human fingernail. Only around 1 in 500 toad eggs develops into an adult. So this newly emerged toadlet has a long way to go. His very first sight above water? A giant. Matt is thinning the plants at the edge of his pond to encourage the sundews that grow in his bog. These bizarre-looking plants thrive here, even in the poor soil. And provide a useful service. Bug control. Like Venus flytraps, sundews are carnivores. Their sticky tentacles trap unwary victims. Then they release enzymes to digest their prey. The toadlet is heading straight through them. But he's strong enough to get past. He's developing his own hunger for insects, but only those that are alive. Soon he will head out into the hills, helping to keep the local midges in check. Until, with luck, one spring night, he will return to Matt's pond to breed. In the race to grow up, the owlets are a little behind. It takes weeks to replace fluff with feathers. But 2 months after hatching, they're fully grown. Now they must learn to fly. A wing workout is a good start. It will take a few nights to build flight muscles and confidence. But with no more gifts from their parents, hunger is urging them on. Matt's nest box has kept them safe and dry. Now it's up to each of them to find a new home. Only 1 in 4 barn owls survive their first year. For now, they will stay close by, learning to hunt for themselves. With the youngsters gone, their mother can reclaim her home. Matt has now seen this female raise a remarkable 13 owls. And he's still hopeful for more. At the end of August, the autumn gales sweep in. Matt never knows what the changing seasons will bring. But a few things are certain. His native trees and shrubs will come into fruit, providing food for locals and visitors alike. Some, such as redwings, are escaping even tougher conditions in Europe's far north. As temperatures fall, garden animals seek shelter. Strange bedfellows come together to escape the cold winter ahead. The pine marten also needs a place to den. Somewhere safe. Preferably high off the ground. Away from foxes. But she can't find a cosy nook in this shed. Matt decides to lend the pine marten a helping hand. He builds a carefully designed den, and he knows just where to put it. There's a gap under the eaves where she could get in, and a ladder will lead the way. But it will be up to her to find it for herself. As winter approaches, red squirrels are on the move. This year's youngsters may travel some 10 miles in the search for a territory of their own. They come to the ground to find and store food, but they prefer the safety of the trees. For years, red squirrels have been absent from the area around Matt's garden. But just a few miles from him, they're being reintroduced and are using gardens as stepping stones to reclaim their former range. As Matt's own trees mature, perhaps one day, like the pine marten, red squirrels will find their way here.
We're widely well below freezing out there, and the northerly winds aren't helping today as this particular cold snap continues to bite.
As the young female pine marten faces her second Highland winter, Matt does all he can to help her survive. His supply of peanuts will give her the fat reserves she needs for the months ahead. Remarkably, when she's focused on food, she momentarily loses her fear. Even after 40 years of encouraging wildlife into his garden, this is a special moment for Matt. And it's about to get even better. The fact that the garden now has multiple pine martins suggests that there could be young next year. But there's one more thing that the female needs. Somewhere to hide. Matt's specially built box, furnished with comfy bedding. And it's above the lounge, so it's nice and warm too. It's the perfect place to see out the winter. And perhaps next spring, she'll give birth to her first litter of kits. Over a lifetime of dedication, Matt has created a welcome shelter for all kinds of Scottish wildlife.
I feel privileged to have been able to create this garden for all the animals that visit and use it. It's their garden, not mine, but it gives me huge pleasure just to be able to share it with them.
Filming one of Britain's most secretive animals, the pine marten, in a Highland garden, presented a formidable challenge to wildlife cameraman Simon King.
I'm used to spending a lot of my life in wilderness areas, and being in a garden may sound like a domestic exercise, but it's every bit as wild. I'm under no illusion that this is going to be an easy task.
At least Simon can expect a warm reception.
I've probably known Simon for over 30 years now. Yeah, we just hit it off. There was a mutual interest about nature.
Even with Matt's help, Simon will need all his experience to capture the pine martens on camera. He needs to be ready before they emerge after dark.
Ooh, it's pretty midgy out here.
Yeah, a few midges about tonight. I'll be thinking of you. Have fun.
Cheers, bud.
No one likes seeing an old friend draw the short straw.
I'd rather him than me, eh?
Pine martens are extraordinary creatures and armed with the most acute senses, so filming them is challenging. Their hearing is fantastic. Even switching the camera like this, that clunk, that tiny little sound, they'll pick it up. They're very familiar with everything in their neighbourhood. Even putting a hide up like this runs the risk of slightly affecting their behaviour. It can be a very, very long wait. Sometimes you get absolutely nothing. Midges are getting a bit bad.
Plenty of bites, but no sign of pine martens.
That's it. There's so much light in the sky. I don't think we're likely to see a pine marten. I'm going to get some sleep.
Simon just has to put in the hours. Several long, midgy nights later.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
The light spilling from Matt's kitchen is enough for Simon's ultra-sensitive camera to capture the first magical shots.
Yes, that is a great view. Well, that was a wait of about 6 hours. But it lights up the night, just their charisma, their presence. Very, very special neighbours.
It's a start. But to find out what this pine marten is up to, Simon rigs the garden with an assortment of kit. Camera traps, remote cams, and den cams. Simon and Matt check the footage every few days. They're slowly building a picture of the pine marten's movements. Matt is keen to see where she hunts. All the clues point towards the sand marten colony at the end of the garden.
Yeah, the material's all been pulled out here. There's feathers there as well, look. Yeah. And scuff marks. Yeah, definitely had a pine marten there not that long ago.
Then, more definitive evidence.
Okay.
Classic remains.
There you go. That's an adult wing.
Must have grabbed that one in there.
Time to set up yet more cameras. And wait. Now it's the moment of truth.
Oh. Okay, there we go. He's coming across the top, look. Not successful though, just shows, doesn't it, that they are working that colony.
It's like a cat. Just agile. Oh. Just well, these holes are 3 feet deep.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was close.
There's a flush route.
And got one.
I got one. Yeah.
Definitely. This is the first time we've had this view of this sort of hunting behaviour.
No one has ever filmed this before, but it's not an easy watch.
Heart and mouth stuff, isn't it? Because the sand martens are such a charming feature, but then so are the pine martens, and the two coming together.
Everything's interlaced.
It's rare to have a predator like this living in your garden. But thanks to Matt's wildlife-friendly approach, it's just one of an enchanting cast of animals whose secret lives Simon has revealed.
It's been great having Simon here. All these intimate views of creatures around the house. It's given me a better understanding and appreciation, and all the species that will keep on coming in. It's an exciting thing.
Discover the wildlife on your doorstep with the Open University's Secret Garden interactive experience. Scan the QR code on a screen now, or head to connect.open.ac.uk/secret garden.